You see this guy here staring back at you?
Yeah?
That's your toughest opponent. Every time you get into the ring, that's who you're going against. I believe that in boxing, and I do believe that in life.
Nietzsche had the great line on resentment. He said, if you think someone's ruined your life, you're right. It's you.
People have this reoccurring nightmare that there's some thing, some force that's got a hold of them and it's holding them down and they can't break free. No matter what they do, they can't break free from that force. Well, I'm here to tell you that that thing in your nightmare, that thing that's holding you back, that thing that's dragging you down, that thing is you.
There's no hacks, bro. It's you against you. You against you. And if you misunderstand that, you have a real problem. If you misunderstand what I'm saying right now today, the problem is you. And you don't want to fix it.
If you don't change what you're doing and how you do it, nothing else will change.
Here's how to get older without getting better. Keep relearning the same lesson. If you keep making the same mistake over and over, the mistake isn't the problem. You are.
Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes really up. Just about any obstacle that gets in your way becomes an excuse not proceeding down that path. Your excuses will destroy you and take everything that you ever wanted from you if you let them. Go try and accomplish something that's hard. You may win, you may lose, you may succeed, you may fail. I'll tell you what, you'll be better. And you're going to fail, 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 and then you're going to win.
And I don't blame them. But don't be mad when you're laying there in your bed and you're in the hospital and you're 70, 80, 90 years old, you're thinking, man, I feel like you didn't do it. You didn't do shit. You may have lived a great life, man, but you're always gonna feel empty inside.
Your biggest enemy is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself.
You may have lived a great life, man.
People don't understand it's you against you. Your biggest enemy that gets in your way is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself.
You know the word that you have to read
People don't understand it's you against you. Your biggest enemy that gets in your way is you.
You have to fight the war against yourself.
You
realize that you have to revive them. You have to work to change yourself. It's hard as hell. You have to physical war against yourself. Things that you revive them. You have to work to change yourself. Discomfort is hard as hell. That's how we become strong. Physical war against yourself. If you run away from discomfort, you decide to your life to change yourself. Discomfort is hard as hell. That's how we become strong. Physical war against yourself. Run away from discomfort.
Every day I walk this earth, and they want to ask me, how did you do it? I can't tell you, how did you not gonna? He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. You're gonna continue being like this every day you wake up. Like you said, it's not like all about yourself.
Well, what you're willing to forego today's pleasure for tomorrow's advantage.
You were blessed. That's all it's about. You're a strong mind.
Well, what you're willing to forego today's pleasure for tomorrow's
The hell you
advantage.
talking about? I'm blessed with a strong mind. You with a strong mind. That's something you have to develop. You develop that over years, decades of suffering, and going back into the suffering. Because human beings need to hear this.
the pain you're prepared to swallow the most. Nothing worthwhile is going to come without discomfort.
So you gotta realize that it's up to you to decide what it is you truly want. And it's up to you to accept what pain you are willing to accept. Because if you struggle and you flounder and you refuse to take responsibility for yourself and become that version that you know you're supposed to become, you will be miserable. 100%. That's understandable. How afraid are you of not making a change? Let's make a little vision of that. You're 35, you hate your job. What's the consequence? You're not motivated. You don't want to get out of bed in the morning. You're starting to get depressed. You're getting bitter. You're getting resentful. You're getting cynical. You're amotivated at work. You're not doing a very good job. And you're starting to shrink. Now play that out for 10 years. You don't change it. You don't fix it. And you're starting to shrink. And what happens? Well, it's not like it's going to get better of its own accord. You don't change it. What's going to happen to you? Well, for sure, and at minimum, what's going to happen to you is you're going to be in the same situation, but 10 years older. For sure. And if you can't get out of that situation now, what the hell makes you think you're going to get out of it in 10 years? But 10 years older. For sure. And if you can't get out of that situation now, what the hell makes you think you're going to get out of it in 10 years?
Everybody's so crippled by decisions, but you never know how the other thing worked out. Let me give you an example. Let's say you don't go to college and you start this business and you were 100% right and it's huge and you're doing so great. But because you did that, you had to fly to America for a big meeting and your plane crashed and you died. You're doing so great. That would be a bad idea. Or you think you're going to go to college because it's a good experience and you'll meet people. You can meet people in a business. You're not going to know. I think people overthink decisions. You'll never know what the alternative would have been. So just pick one and do it. You're not going to know.
If you will change,
I think people overthink
everything
decisions.
will change for you.
You'll never know what the alternative
You don't have
would
to change what's outside.
So just pick
All
one
you got
and
to
do
change
it.
is what's inside. If you will change,
I think people overthink
to have more, you simply have to become more.
the alternative.
You don't have to change what's outside.
So just pick
All
one
you got
and
to
do
change.
it.
And then he said, don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. To have more, you simply don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. Start working on yourself, making these personal changes. He said it'll all change for you. Don't wish for less problems.
It's the few that do. The few that do in life.
Working on yourself.
That creates the envy for the many that just watch.
The real pain in life is getting to the end of it and realizing that you left something on the table. I think that I had unfulfilled potential. I could have done more, and I did. The real pain in life is getting to
Two
the end
forms
of
of
it and
pain.
realizing that you left something
The pain
on the
that
table.
breaks you and the pain that changes you. That's the pain of a change right there. That's the pain of progress. The pain that destroys you isn't this shit. It's later in life knowing you could have been more. And all that's left is you and the pain of progress. There are tears of a possibility left that you allow to die. Own your life, guys. You get every opportunity. There's no excuse not to be the hardest motherfucking worker in the room.
What would have to have happened anyway?
You get every opportunity. There's no excuse not to be the hardest motherfucking
Maybe stop breaking promises to yourself. When you say, I'm going to wake up tomorrow at 7 a.m. and when the option comes to hit the snooze button, maybe you'll do it. Stop breaking promises to yourself. There's one win you've got for the day. That's action tomorrow at 7 a.m. and when the option comes to hit the snooze button.
The path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not with other people. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. And because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place, because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be. Indicator that you're on the right path.
I would say ask her out.
Everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place, because it means you're just like
No matter who she is, whether she's a job or a new city or an actual person, no matter who she is, whether she's or an opportunity or actual person, no matter who she a fear, whatever she is, man, ask her out.
There is a way out. That there is a way to do more, to get more, to obtain more. But I personally don't want to lose all that I've been able to get. There is a way. So I need to make sure that I do everything to obtain more. So I can't be content. You know, we're all writing a book. So I need to make sure that I do. What's your book look like? What does your book look like? Like your life is a book. You got a bunch of chapters in your book, but when they close that book, how good was the book? Your life is a book.
There'll be times where you succeed and there are times that you fail.
Close that book.
So
If you lose, it sucks. But you're gonna have to wake up the next day so you can journey all over again anyway. Right? So it's really pointless to sit here and debate or have doubt over this, that, and the other. You train as hard as you can. You step out there and you let it go.
What is that thing that we wanted to accomplish? That thing you wanted to accomplish? That thing that has been gnawing at your gut? That thing that you think you have some passion about? That you want to take a crack at? That thing that's been in your crosshairs? That thing I'm thinking about, I want to accomplish it. I think I'm going to be good at it. I think I could make something of this particular thing. You know what? That thing that's been in your crosshairs. That thing I'm thinking about, I want to accomplish it. I think I'm going to be good at it. This is day one. This is day one. That thing I have had in my crosshairs. That thing that I believe gets me out of bed. That thing that I run towards. That thing that I want to be passionate about. That thing I want to accomplish. Today is the first thing. Today is day one. Gets me out of bed.
Why would you not go for it? Why would you not take a chance? At one point in time, you got to take a chance on you.
Yeah, it's like I've got one fucking life, and this is it, and we're in it right now, and there isn't a second to waste. Let's do this. What are we doing? What am I doing? What's exciting? What's fun? What's and kind of stand or fall? It doesn't matter. There's a great Chinese expression, a great old proverb. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
What one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could not fail? If you knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that you could not fail, what one thing would you set as a goal for yourself? Because sometimes answering that question will tell you the one thing that you've been put on this earth to accomplish.
75 years. That's how much time you get if you're lucky. 75 years. 75 winters, 75 springtimes, 75 summers, and 75 autumns. When you look at it like that, it's not a lot of time, is it? Don't waste them. Get your head out of the rat race and forget about the superficial things that preoccupy your existence and get back to what's important now. Right now, this very second.
Every morning when you get up, say over and over to yourself, do it now, do it now, do it now, I do it now, do it now. Whenever you have this tendency to procrastinate, say over and over, program your subconscious mind with this automatic conditioned command, do it now, do it now, do it now. The key to overcoming procrastination is to develop a sense of urgency. Be the kind of person who gets things done quickly. Be the kind of person who launches faster on a task.
Is that when it feels scary to jump, Ian, that is exactly when you jump. Otherwise, you end up staying in the same place your whole life. It feels scary to jump, and that I can do.
There's a saying, when the devil ignores you, then you know you're doing something wrong.
Same place your whole life. Feels scary to jump.
Wait, I'm not done now. There's a saying, when the devil ignores you, the devil goes, oh no, leave him alone, man. My faith. Right. I'm not done now. There's a saying, when the devil comes at you, maybe it's because you're trying to do something right.
You know, if every time someone asks you a question, you try to say the right answer, your entire life is a test. And when did you have the most anxiety? In grammar school or high school? On test day. So your entire life become this test. I ain't trying to say the right answer. I am just doing what I feel. My mama said trying is failing. There is no ifs, woulds, coulds, shoulds. It just is. And we just are.
But go out there and make something of yourself, for God's sake. Be an honest person and work and get to the top of whatever it is that you want to get to the top of. But go out, stand up for yourself like a respectable human being and be a bit of a light on the world instead of a blight. Whatever it is that
the time is now. The time is now to express and for people to believe in themselves. The time is now for it to be okay to be great. People in this world shun people for being great, for being a bright color, for standing out. But the time is now to be okay to be the greatest you.
Heroes and villains always have the same backstory, pain. The difference is what they choose to do about it. Villain says, the world hurt me, I'll hurt it back. The hero says, the world hurt me, I'm not going to let it hurt anybody else. Heroes use pain, villains are used by it. The hero says, the world hurt me, I'm not going to let it hurt anybody else. Heroes use pain, villains are used by it.
Quit thinking what's wrong, start thinking what's right. Love a little more, hate a little less. You have no idea what you're capable of doing. Make up your mind today, you're going to figure it out.
Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what
what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me. Make the decision that you can be tired, you can be worn out, but nothing will never stop me. Is ever going to stop you?
I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect before I live my life.
Make the decision that you can be tired, you can be worn out, but nothing will never stop me. Is ever going to stop you?
I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect before I live my life. As soon as these things line up, for everything to be perfect, I'm gonna live my life. I live my life. You can't wait for everything to be perfect to start living your life. And that's what I've done. Everything to be perfect. My whole life has been like that. Inside of me, it has been. As soon as it's all lined up, I'm gonna show you myself. Has been like that. As soon as I've got it all looking the way I want, I'm gonna show up for you. I'm never gonna get to that where everything's okay, where everything looks a certain way. Show up. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do have available, where everything looks a certain way. I'm burning that candle up. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do. I'm burning this candle down, and I'm saying as soon as it gets bright enough or warm enough in here, I'm gonna show up. But the candle's getting small enough.
I had a difficult childhood, but there's no excuse for people not being able to do what they want to do. You can do anything that you want to do. There's no excuse. So if you're young, don't give up what they want to do. Don't say the world is just against me. That's not true. So if you're young, don't give up.
The other thing that's so interesting about being alive is that you're all in.
Is just against me. That's not true.
No matter what you do, you're all in. This is going to kill you. That's so interesting about being alive. So I think you might as well play the most magnificent game you can. No matter what you do, while you're waiting, because it's going to kill you. Do you have anything better to do? So really, I think you might as well play the most. Why not pick the best thing possible that you can do while you're waiting? Because
if times are hard, good things nor bad things last forever. But most generally, times are hard. We are in control of our own destiny.
You think when you're young that you have all this time. You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall in the gym in there is, "You're young that you have all this time. There is no tomorrow." From Rocky 3. You know, there is no tomorrow. That shit. Let's get all this done today.
Just sitting around dreaming someday, someday I'm going to get a different job. Someday I'm going to change this. Well, someday ain't a day of the week. Just sitting around dreaming. You know, there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Look on your calendar. Some days not on there. So you got to say, okay, today I'm going to take this small step by here, this small step by there, this small step by there, and then pretty soon, you know, we don't leap tall buildings in a single bound. We take it a floor at a time. This small step by here, this small step by there, this small step by there, and then pretty soon,
it's meant for those who persistently pursue their dreams every day and make that choice when they wake up. So just a mentality, really, aspirational, come from people that do amazing things, but they're really ordinary people, just waking up every day doing it, just doing the little things that other people aren't doing. So chop wood, carry water, I gotta stay poised is definitely something.
And we all have this feeling that I came into this world. Now it is true. You came out of it like a leaf comes out of a tree.
You're going to realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery. The hope was never about being like the others. The listening to your heart. One day you're going to see it. And following it wherever it chose to go. Happiness was always about being kinder to yourself. It was always about embracing the person you were becoming. Following it wherever one day you will understand. Happiness was always about being that. Happiness was always about learning how to live with yourself. That your happiness was never in the hands of others. One day you will realize that true happiness comes from within. It was always about learning how to live with yourself. And no external factors can define it. It was always about you. You'll realize that true happiness was always about you.
If you want to know something about yourself, sit on your bed one night and say, what's one
surely become someone. The big question is, who? What are you becoming? And if you go to work on it now, sure enough, in a very short period of time, you can take on a new direction to become the kind of person you want to become. 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. And the question is, where? So to answer the question of where you want to arrive and the kind of person you want to be, you've got to get serious. And the question is,
you can do anything you put your mind to. Never give up on your dreams. Keep smiling. No matter what you're going through, you fall down, just get up. If you can't get up, your friends are there to help you. Your mama's there, your daddy's there, God's there. Hey, I'm there to help you up.
And so all of a sudden you're sitting there and you're thinking, man, I thought my life was together, now it's in shambles at my feet. No, it's not. No, it's not. And so all of a sudden you're sitting there and you're thinking, it's not. It's all right. My life was together, now it's in shambles. It's all right. No, it's not. You're not supposed to have it together. All right. Those who go to college, get out of college, get a job, stay in that job until they retire, then retire and buy property down in Florida. That's an anomaly. That's not normal. It happens, but it's an anomaly. And most of those people, you know, they might be really good people. It happens, but it's an anomaly. But they ain't got cool stories to tell. And most of those people,
life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
I always thought joy was, oh, I get this and then I'm happy, or I do this and then I'm happy, or I get her and then I'm happy, or I make that and then I'm happy, or they respect me and then I'm happy. Or I always thought happiness was to be acquired by the things I would gain from life. That's why I was always grabbing. If I knew early on that happiness actually is in me offering all of my suffering up for other people as an instructive thing, or as something that could benefit man, then I maybe would have lived my life different. So I guess the question I would ask anybody is, how do you use your suffering to tap into your joy?
When you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you got to be willing to give up sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. You got to be willing to work off for 3 hours of sleep, 2 hours. If you really want to be successful, some days you might have to stay up 3 days in a row. Because if you go to sleep, you might miss the opportunity to be successful. That's how bad you got to work. Some days you might have to stay up 3 days in a row.
That one guy right now.
Because if you go to sleep,
that one guy who's strong, who's that pillar for the family in hard times. Make sure they look around. They look around and find you. These are the times right now for you to step up. Be that guy that can take anything.
One of my friends, Alex, has got this quote which I love. He says, "The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold, but unmade decisions. The reason you are stressed is that you have decisions to make, and you're not making these things in life aren't iron
I'm able to just extract dopamine, the good dopamine whenever I want. Man, I've trained 99% of my life alone. No one could pat me on the back. I did all of the work alone. I've trained 99%. And while I'm still hard on myself, I know what I did. So whenever times get bad for people, all this, who's gonna carry the bullshit? That's real. I hate that people know me for that guy, because that guy is not every day. Like when they see me, they want that energy. That's not me every day. I can extract it immediately when I need to, because when you train alone, and I lived alone for so many years in this misery, and you're able to get out by yourself. I can take myself to such a level of real passion and purpose, and like the feeling I get is something I can't even explain by myself. I don't need anyone. That's why people come to me to motivate them. Like no one can motivate me.
People only root for people who don't need it.
Anyone. That's why people come to me to motivate
Like the amount of times when I was on my lonely path, where I was too different from the friends that I had, but not successful enough to be friends with the people that I wanted to be friends with. Lonely path, where that's when you want people to root for you. That's when you want people to support you. Once you've already won, people are like, he's amazing, he's so good. But like, that's the time when you need it the least. People to support you. And so, once you've already won, you always have to be the person who roots for you before anyone else does. But like, that's the time when you need it the least. And it's usually a single clap in the auditorium for a very long period of time. It is a slow clap. That's just you rooting for you. In the auditorium. And that visual, I think, is one that you can kind of take because it is that's just you rooting for you. People struggle to do things alone. And that visual, I think, is one. And the path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not struggle to do things alone. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place. Because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be. Indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place. Because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be. Indicator that you're on the right path.
Come on, Rock, it's not a game. You want to live in the hospital for 5 weeks this time? You thought I was tough? This jump will kill you. He's trying to hurt you, Rock. He's trying to hurt you. Okay, here it comes. Jack, he's dead. He's dead. He's hooked. He's hooked. Damn, Rock, come on. He's trying to hurt you, Rock. What's the matter with you? Jack, he's dead. He's dead. There is no tomorrow. Damn, Rock, come on. There is no tomorrow. What's the matter with you? There is no tomorrow. There is no
Look in the mirror and look at themselves. The problems in your life are your own dang fault. And so the answer to fixing the problems in your life are in your own dang hands. The responsibility for the well-being of your family, and so the answer, your wife, your husband, your children are yours. The responsibility,
You know, some of y'all are motivated by broke.
your husband,
I'm
your
broke, I'm
children
stuck, I'm up, I can't do nothing. Some of y'all are motivated by just wanting to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. I can't do nothing. Other folks are motivated by materialistic things, just wanting to accomplish the things that you want. It's a very simple concept. Other folks are motivated. If you want it, you gotta go get it.
You think when you're young that you have all this time. You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall in the gym in there is, there is no tomorrow, from Rocky 3. You know, there is no tomorrow. That's let's get all this done today.
So whenever it gets nasty, David Goggins goes,
there is no tomorrow.
we had nobody anyway, mother. So see how I taught myself for now? That's me. So whenever it gets nasty, that fires me the up. That makes me nuts. We had nobody anyway, mother. See how I look around you? That's me. There was no team. It was you. There was no weight loss program. Mom and dad waking you up saying you can do it, you can be better. Trying to build belief. You built belief when you had nothing. Rock bottom.
It's easy to get. Hell yeah. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. All right, man, I'm done. I ain't going. I ain't gonna keep going. I don't feel like going to work. It's easy. It's very easy. But what's hard is going, yo, yesterday I got nothing from working as hard as I could. Nothing happened from that. I'm gonna do the same thing again today, but I'm gonna try to go harder. That's the hardest thing in the world. To get up every day and give 100% and be in the same position that you were each day, but mentally know that you're trying and trying and trying. That's a real grind.
The bottom line is, no one's coming.
Each day, but mentally know that you're trying and trying and trying.
No one's coming to push you. No one's coming to tell you to turn the TV on. No one's coming to tell you to get out the door and exercise. Nobody's coming to tell you to apply for that job that you've always dreamt about. Nobody's coming to write the business plan for you. It's up to you. Nobody's coming to tell you. And because you're only ever going to do the things that you feel like doing right now or that feel good right now, unless you understand that you've got to parent yourself, you've got to push yourself right now, you're not going to make your dreams come true. You're just not. We're not wired that way. You weren't born that way. You weren't that way when you were growing up, and you're certainly not that way as an adult.
At some point, everything's going to go south on you. Everything's going to go south, and you're going to say, this is it. This is how I am. At Now you can either accept that, going to go south, or you can get to work. It's going to go south, and you're going to say, "This is it."
Be the hero of your own movie. If your life was a movie and it started now, forget about whatever financial disasters you've had, personal failures, relationship failures. What would the hero of your life's movie do right now? Do that.
You cannot live in that normal mindset. You must be your best on your worst day. And how you do that is you cannot think of a normal mindset. You cannot have a normal mindset on your worst day.
And I promise you, every single person who wants to do something with their life and has done something with their life has gone through the exact chapter that you're going through. And it's the lonely chapter. It's the chapter where you don't fit in with your own friends, but you don't have the outcomes yet to fit into a new group of friends. And you're doing this thing, you're consuming content on the internet, you're doing these free tutorials online to try and figure out how to set up a podcast and where do I host this thing? And you're going through this and you're like, is this even worth it? Because you have no signs of success, right? But if there's anything that you can take away from what we're saying right now is that the sign of success is the hate that you get along the way. And what you can't do is bend the knee to their hate and fit back into the conformity because it's comfortable and it's warm. Because like in the Matrix, when Trinity opens the door when Neo's about to go take the red pill and he wants to get out of the car, she says, Neo, you've been down that road and you know exactly where it leads. And I know that's not where you want to be. And then he closes the door. Like right now, this moment that you're going through is Trinity opening the door and being like, you could go back, but then you'd have to remember exactly what the reason was that you decided not to go out to begin with, just because you listen to this podcast and you consume this content, you're like, I can do more than that. Like, because you are starting to live in some of that, how where you look in the mirror and you're like, I can do more. And you start to see the person that you could be. And you're like, this does start to feel like hell. Like,
it's all in your mind. Whatever you hold in your mind will tend to occur in your life. If you continue to believe as you have always believed, you will continue to act as you have always acted. You will continue to get what you have always gotten. If you want different results in your life or your work, all you have to do is change your mind.
There's no passion, there's no motivation, there's no, oh my God, man, it's every day of your life just doing. Motivation, there's no passion, no discipline, no motivation. All these words I hate, people, I hate that so many people use these words now because it's water. It's passion. Where's passion when you're 300 pounds? All these words I hate, people, where's the motivation when you can't read and write? Where is it? So how did this happen? Where's passion? When you're 300 pounds.
There's a great Chinese, a great old proverb. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
It was life and death. Either you live or you die. Which one do you want, Tom? That was the decision. In the corporate life and in the gym. But if you want something bad enough, it was life and death. If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something. I'll repeat that. If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something. Not even yourself. You can't do something. A lot of days I'm like, oh, you can't do this, Tom. If you want something bad, let me show you. I would have arguments with myself. I could do it.
We define ourselves far too often by our past failures. We look at our past and we say, well, that's me. That's not you. You are this person right now. You're the person who's learned from those failures. And you can choose to be the hero of your own movie right now. Write down your goals. Write down things you want to improve. Write down things you won't tolerate from yourself. Write down things that you've done in the past you never want to see yourself do again. And go forward from here as the hero of your own movie. Write down things you've done in the past you never want to see yourself do again.
The price of winning is too high.
From here,
wait till you get the bill from regret.
Everybody just wants to be comfortable. Everybody wants to sit like, I don't want to go outside, it's cold. I don't want to do this, it's hot. Like, you gotta do things that you don't want to do because you show your body that your mind is the boss. Your mind is telling your body what to do, and then you have control.
Every morning when you get up, say over and over to yourself, do it now, do it now, do it now. I do it now, do it now. Whenever you have this tendency to procrastinate, say over and over. Program your subconscious mind with this automatic conditioned command. Do it now, do it now, do it now.
Yeah, I don't care how good you are in anything, you don't have discipline, you ain't nobody.
Subconscious mind with this automatic conditioned command.
Because you give up a slightest struggle without discipline. I don't care discipline is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. It's that when it feels scary to jump again, that is acceptable.
Otherwise, you end up staying in the same place your whole life. It feels scary to jump. And that I can do.
How bad do you want this? If it's as bad as you want to live, breathe, or sleep, whatever the hell it may be, I can work with it. A lot of people, most people don't want it that badly. Which is why they always ask the question, how do you get to where you are? You know how to do it. I can work with it. A lot of you know exactly how to be you or how to be me. You don't want it to. So I can't make you know, nor do I have the time or energy to force you into that place that I know you have to be to do it. There's no luck in this game, man. There may be a little bit of luck, but the luck happens after you push into that place that I know and you put yourself in that lucky situation. Luck doesn't happen, game, man. You put yourself in that situation where luck might happen.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt and miserable. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
Is that hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times create hard men. We are now around soft men. Hard times create soft men.
You know, there comes a day, man. Everyone's gonna have this day. There comes a day where being average, being mediocre is just sickening to you. It's just sickening. It makes you want to throw up because you've seen people with far less talent than you. As you're growing up with them, their childhood buddies, whatever else, they didn't have what you had. Yet now they've become something that you haven't. There comes that day. It's either when you're young, you know, and it strikes you on the baseball field because you're sick of striking out, or it's when you get fired from your 5th job, you know, and your wife and kids are on your ass because you don't know how to support them. There comes a day where push comes to shove. Where being mediocre, being like average, is just burned. It sucks so much. You can't deal with it one more day. And you get off your beating ass and you create something that's always been there. It's always been inside of you trying to come out, but you've never wanted to unwrap it because there's too much pain and commitment there. You were scared you were going to fail. You were scared if you started, you never finish it. You didn't want to tell anyone about it. You knew it was there, but you never wanted to embark on it until something hits. You get fired or somebody else gets success, remind you of what you could have been. And then the spark is born. And no matter what happens, I'm never going to be in this boat again. And you get up and you go, even if it gets knocked down, you just keep going, you're a wild man. And life has never been so sweet. That can happen at an early age, it can happen at a later age. It's going to happen to somebody no matter what, it's going to happen to you. And when it does happen to you, thank your lucky stars that finally you're alive. It's time to unlock the potential you can be. Superior, man. It's within you. It's within every single one of us. And the people that have risen to that level were no different than any one of us. It's just they believed it and they're willing to work this ass off to get it.
The easiest thing in the world to do is to complain, blame, and quit and settle. That's the easiest thing in the world to do. But it takes real work to deconstruct and to reconstruct the thought process and the mindset of an individual when they're trying to change something. That's why I always say to people, what's more important, what we acquire or who we become?
Everybody has a turn back. You have a moment where you can go forward or you can give up. But the thing you have to keep in mind before you give up is that if you give up, the guarantee is it will never happen. You have to keep in mind.
Wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks himself up and says nothing is going to stop. You know, the best quality in the world that you can develop, and I give it to you because I made it my life's habit to develop this quality. I hope I've got it, I don't know for sure. But the quality is to develop the quality of being unstoppable.
Because all those bad days, all those days you don't want to do, you have to be your own motivator, your own coach, your own trainer, your own everything. So to do that, you have to come into work, and work is whatever your work may be, ready to go. And what that means is you may have failed miserably yesterday, but you come to work, whatever your work may be, you're like, man, you just lost everything. How the hell are you just illusion of your life or this false reality that gets you motivated, whatever gets you motivated, it's got to be here at the tip of your brain at all times. Because in those dark moments, you got to pull it out. So that's the big thing for me, man. I was always fired up at all times.
No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me. Make the decision that you can be tired, you can be worn out, but nothing is ever going to stop you.
Don't settle. Make sure that whatever life that you want, you strive for that. You make sure you go for that. Don't let anyone tell you it's not possible. Don't let anyone tell you that's not practical. You make sure that you go for it. You hungry, you want it, then get it. Don't let anyone tell you it's not possible. I went to a homeless shelter to get what I have now. I went to a homeless shelter. I struggled. I went hungry 3 nights in a row every week to get what I have. Don't let no one stop you to get what I have now. No one tell you what to do. You make sure you get it. Don't let no one stop you, all right? You're driven, the energy that you need, the drive you need to get it, you pull that from yourself. Because when you pull it from yourself, no one can influence it, right? You're just you, the energy that you need, the drive you need to get it,
in a week?
you pull that from
You look back on that week.
Because when you pull it from yourself, no one can influence
Okay,
it, right?
maybe stop breaking promises to yourself. When you say, I'm going to wake up tomorrow at 7 a.m. and when the option comes to hit the snooze button, maybe stop breaking promises to yourself. There's one win you've got the day. That's action tomorrow at 7 a.m. and when the option comes to hit the snooze button.
The path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not with other people. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place. Because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be. Indicator that you're on the right path.
The thing is with me is I don't
everyone else were cheering you on,
I don't give a
you're not in the right place.
when anybody says or when anybody thinks I have this mindset. I know exactly who the fuck I am. I have my circle of people that I hang around with who know me and know what I'm about, whatever. And I know exactly who anybody else who doesn't like it or doesn't want it. Circle of people that I hang around with who know me and know what I'm about.
Learn from those mistakes. Those failures that you have are so consequential, and then you don't want that to happen again. So you got to be either quit or get way better.
And then the next day comes and you're back playing again, and you understand that life has a cyclical nature. Where it's, what you do on Monday, it's fantastic, but then Tuesday's a bad day. But guess what? There's Wednesday again. So are we just supposed to live our lives like this the whole time? Versus just staying like this and understanding that it's really just a journey of evolution every day. It's just constant improvement, constant curiosity, constantly getting better. The results don't really matter. It's a journey. It's the figuring out every day that matters.
And we all get obsessed about the results. Like, we get obsessed about like the output, not the input, not figuring it out, and not like changing things. We're used to trial and error, like the experiment.
For people that see someone who's a beast, who's done great things, you just assume that they're different than you. But then you hear about your insecurities and your pitfalls and all the things that went wrong with you, and you realize, well, God, but those are the same things that go wrong with me. Like, maybe I have that inside of me and I've just never summoned it.
Right. I'll tell you this, I started really realizing that when I started overcoming myself. I started getting around these real alpha males. I always put people way above me when I was growing up. Like, my God, they had to have a lot more than me to get to where they're at. And a lot of them did. But once you get around the best of the best, they had the best people, you can kind of start breaking them down and realizing, man, you're just as fucked up as me.
There's a great feeling in these overcoming these difficult things, because life is never this just constant state of I'm at a 9 all day, and when I'm with my wife I hit 10, yay, and I stay like that. That's not real. When it comes down to how long can you stay in that pool, when it comes down to how far can you run, when it comes down to how much can you push yourself past the part where you want to quit, how far can you keep going, there's a purity in that it dissolves social order, all that push yourself, all the what people think about you goes out the window. It's what who are you right now? Who are you right now?
It's a true statement, man. And I look at it as psychological warfare. And that's where I started learning that life is one big psychological warfare that you play on yourself. You play on yourself, man. The most important conversation I ever had is with myself. And the things I was telling myself was so tough, it was so wrong, it was so misguided. And other people start to write that dialogue for you also. And it starts to be what you say to yourself every single day. And I started creating a whole nother warfare. A whole nother battle started coming. I was like, oh, hang on a second. You have these tools.
The human organism, the animal that we are, needs constant stimulation because it evolved trying to find food and escape enemies.
You have these tools. Your life was basically the perfect grounds for training for where you need to go in your life.
And find shelter, escape nature, escape the elements, try to survive. And this is the great joy that you have in taking care of your children. That you can protect your children from the elements and the enemies and feed them. And it's also the great sadness that you see in losers.
All the beatings, all the bullying, all the, you going through learning disabilities, all the struggles. It was an absolute perfect training ground for you to go to where you need to go.
When I see a loser, I see some guy who's 43 years old, who lives in his parents' basement, he hates the world. I'm like, that was a baby. Now, this is a baby that somebody just gave free nutrients to, whether it's nutrients in the forms of food or in the form of thoughts and ideas and examples. And this kid developed these horrible, self-defeating patterns of behavior that have led them to this point where they're this middle-aged person with no future and no idea of how to get out of this rut and probably never will escape it. They might just wind up sucking on a gun. This is the world that we live in today. And I think part of that world is because we have been fed this line of order that you're supposed to seek comfort. And I don't think you are today.
And that's how I started looking at my life versus woe is me, poopy pants, kicking rock down the street mentality. It was God just hooked you right the He hooked you right up, man, with the perfect place. You were training. The first 18, 19, 20, you were training for this stuff, man. You had the advantage of everybody else. Versus, man, with my God, they're so above me. They came from a great family. You were training for this Mom and Dad love. They didn't have a learn. They didn't struggle. No, man, your struggle is what made you who you are now.
Through that struggle, I will now have a better day, and I better do it again tomorrow, or do something else. Because if I just think, well, tomorrow I'm just going to coast and eat Twinkies and watch TV. Oh, hello, sadness, my old friend. Hello, depression. Because when you're not doing anything, you feel like shit.
So I started flipping this into a whole different. I started being a master of what I was scared of. I was scared of my mind. Because when you're not doing anything, I became literally a master of that mind. And that's what now on, it sets me apart from most people. I started diving into that.
And that's just a part of being a human being. And we can pretend that we're something other than what we really are. And we can pretend, nah, me, man, I'm just cool, just chilling, doing nothing. And that's just part of being a human being. You're a human being. You evolved from the hundreds of thousands of years of hunters and gatherers and people that were struggling. Those human reward systems are carved deeply into your DNA. And if you don't respect that, if you don't respect the mechanism of happiness and fulfillment and what you really need to do in order to feel satisfied in life, you don't respect camaraderie, love, family, friendship, struggle, testing yourself, learning, all those things are imperative. They're all a giant part of being a person.
I watch these movies. I talked about Rocky last time I was on here. I always equated training to mental toughening. Like it always look brutal. People waking up early and doing all these things. It look horrible. It's like, wow, man, I gotta start doing that. Not to get better, bigger, and stronger. But that is what's gonna build me. That looks uncomfortable. That looks brutal. And getting up early, I don't want to do that. Some of this long list of things I don't want to do. And through that, I found myself. I started I'm like, you guys aren't doing this shit in high school. You guys are getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, running over here in this golf course. So I started seeing myself very differently than the average human being. I was like, hang on a second. I have something they don't have. And that's when I started to develop these things through working out. It was this great, never-ending work ethic. And through work ethic, I developed self-esteem.
Emotions come and go.
It was this great, never-ending work ethic.
To embrace them all.
Work ethic, I developed self-esteem.
Choose to do emotions come what you want versus being controlled by emotions. To embrace them. A lot of times I've seen players, even myself, when I was younger, being consumed by a particular fear, controlled by emotions. And to the point where you're saying, okay, nah, it's not good to feel myself. I shouldn't be nervous in this situation. Being consumed by it does nothing but grow. Versus stepping back and saying,
died at 7.5. I don't want to live in a hole that you're above ground. And I'm going to do something about it. Honey, I'm 7.
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know.
My father died at 7.5. I don't want to live.
If I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. If I'm feeling bad, because nothing changes and nothing changes, man. I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still
At some point,
take some action.
everything's going to go south on you. Everything's going to go south, and you're going to say, "This is it.
Nothing changes.
This is how I am." At some now, you can either accept that, going to go south on you, or you can get to work. It's going to go south, and you're going to say, "This is it. That's all it is. This is how I am." You just begin. Now, you can either accept.
There's a quote that I've fallen in love with. The magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding.
Just begin.
Dude, the magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding.
Never consider the possibility of failure. Every person here is here because they refused to quit when the going got rough. Your ability to persist in the face of setbacks and disappointments is vital to all great achievement. It's always a decision that you make. It's not the external environment. It's always the internal environment.
I don't care how good you are in anything, you don't have discipline, you ain't nobody. You're nothing without discipline. Because you give up on the slightest struggle without discipline. I don't care how good you are in discipline and do what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. Nothing.
Most of us, we live in a box, and we don't want to go outside that box at all, ever. Outside that box is all these possibilities of life. What people understand is that they live for themselves, not knowing that you have the power within yourself to change millions of lives by facing life themselves, by facing yourself. I now know that there is no cap to change on the human mind. There's no cap. We cap it ourselves. I now know. And through that, I would die never knowing that I had the power to change millions of lives.
There's a great Chinese expression, a great old proverb. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
So you overcome procrastination with a very, very simple method. It was developed by W. Clement Stone when he was a young man. He built a fortune of $500 million, and this is one of the central principles of his life. It's simply this. Every morning when you get up, say over and over to yourself, do it now, do it now, do it now, I do it now, do it now. Whenever you have this tendency to procrastinate, when you get up, say over and over, program your subconscious mind with this automatic conditioned command, do it now, do it now, do it now. The key to overcoming procrastination is to develop a sense of urgency. Be the kind of person who gets things done quickly. Be the kind of person who launches fast on tasks.
Everybody just wants to be comfortable. Everybody wants to sit on the couch. I don't want to go inside. It's cold. I don't want to do this. It's hot. Like, you got to do things that you don't want to do because you showed your body that your mind is the boss. Your mind is telling your body what to do, and then you have control. You don't want to do.
Well, life took me somewhere unexpected, unprepared. It's about 6 degrees out here, and I'm underdressed. But guess what? No one gives a. You gotta get the. Well, life took me somewhere unexpected. Sometimes life can really hijack your mind. When that happens to you, you're off your goals, your ambitions, everything's out the window. Sometimes in life we all go through different things. Sometimes your girlfriend or boyfriend breaks up with you. Guess what? Get the goal over it. They no longer want you. Maybe you failed a test in school. You worked your ass off. Guess what? You failed the test. Get over it. Move past it. Learn to not let life hijack your brain. At work, you've been working your ass off for that new promotion. You don't get it, someone else does. Maybe they get better than you do. Guess what? Get over it. Life will hijack your mind if you let it. Don't allow all these things to make you a lesser person. You must own your mind. Don't let life own yours.
You can't wait for everything to be perfect to start living your life. That's what I've done. You can't wait for everything to be perfect. My whole life has been like that. To start living your life. Inside of me, it has been, as soon as it's all lined up, I'm going to show you myself. It's been like that. To start living your life. As soon as I've got it all looking the way I want, I'm going to show up for you.
This is my life.
As soon as I've got
I said, this is my life. You are exactly who the this is it. And I said, this ain't gonna be it for me. This is in that restaurant. I quit my job, left my canister in that restaurant, my spray canister, got back in my Ecolab truck, and I went home. And I started working out like somebody. I became the most obsessed person on the planet Earth. And I was basically, I had to invent a God that didn't exist. I had to invent a God that can take any pain, any suffering, any kind of judgment, be called whatever in the world, and be able to stand for him and say, go for himself. I had to build this callous mind, and I built it through suffering.
If you think the price of winning is too high, wait till you get the bill for regret.
The unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is. It is. And it could have been the story of mine. And I tell a lot of people go, what's your biggest fear?
It's the story of most people's lives.
And my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So this is play a game with me. Let's say you're God. And my biggest fear, and we have a big and long line of people. And I made it to heaven. 75 years old, 300 pounds. I made it to heaven. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's what I did. But I'm dead. I'm in heaven now. And you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. You have, but I'm dead, Adam Brown, and he has a big board up, and you're talking to Adam Brown about his life, and you rip it down, and I'm next in line, David Goggins, Adam Brown, I see my name, I see all this board up, God goes, hey, you say, read this, man, and I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing 182 pounds, Navy SEAL, Ranger School, motivational speaker, changing lives. Okay, man, pull up record, all this Navy SEAL. And I'm like, that's not me, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be. Okay, man, pull up record. Everything is possible in life. And I'm like, that's not me, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be. Okay, man, everything is possible in life. And I'm like, that's not me, man. You have a tool. And God looks at me and says, that's who you believe. Everything is possible.
Success usually comes to those who are too busy who be looking for it. They're always working towards it. If you want ordinary, don't risk everything. Risk everything if you want extraordinary. Just make sure that it's calculated. They're always working towards it.
When it feels scary to jump,
ordinary, don't risk everything.
that is exactly when you jump.
Just make sure that
Otherwise,
it's
you end up
calculated.
staying in the same place your whole life. When it feels sad, I can't jump.
Nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent. And a lot of times you have to learn to perform without motivation. You have to learn to perform without purpose. You have to learn to perform a lot of different things. And that's what people think. They think I need to have this motivation to work out, to study, to be better. So if they don't have it, they just don't do it.
So I was at work the other day, and I just been kind of in this like rut at work. It's not a bad job, but I just really want to get out of it. So I was catching up on some of your podcasts, and the other day you said something that like resonated with me. You know, you said nothing changes if nothing changes. I thought about it, and I went home and I applied for a job I'm probably not qualified for, but I was like, I'm gonna take a shot. And the next day I get a call from them. I have the interview, goes well. She said she would set me up with in-person interview. Never even had it. They emailed me a few days later, and I got the job. So now I'm gonna be doing a job that I think I will appreciate more and enjoy more, and I'll be making double the money that I'm making now.
This society is too weak. And why? Because of all the technology which is available right now, so you don't need to use your body anymore. I always think about in the Stone Age available right now. Do you think somebody in the Stone Ages had depression? I always think of even a more modern variation, the Spartans. Do you think they had depression? No, even maybe you are laughing, but all of these groups, they are too busy with their body. They are too busy with activity to be depressed. No, even maybe you are laughing. Yeah, but nowadays, how does the time look? Too busy with their body. You can sit if you want from morning to evening, to just in front of the screen, and nothing's gonna happen anymore.
What can happen if we decide, I'm going to see what happens when I decide that I am qualified.
Nothing's going to happen anymore.
What can happen if we what happens when I decide for myself, when I decide that I'm going to do something different?
Nothing's going to happen anymore.
Everything worthwhile
What happens when I decide for myself, when I decide that
You see, every dream that you've ever had, it's all uphill. If you have a
great relationship with somebody, you had to work on it. It's uphill. You see, every dream that you've ever had. If you build a wonderful business, guess what? If you have a great relationship with somebody, if you've made the right decisions, they're not easy, are they? It's uphill. Guess what? And the only way that you can go uphill is to be intentional. Nobody ever accidentally went uphill. You've never talked to a successful person and said, how did you get to the top of the mountain? And then look at you and say, I have no idea. If they're at the top of the mountain, they know how they got there. Because they had to have effort. It took energy. It took time. Everything worthwhile. Everything worthwhile is uphill. Because they had to have effort. It took energy. It took time.
There's no motivation. There's no, oh my God, man. This is no. It's every day of your life just doing. There's no motivation. There's no passion. No discipline, no motivation. All these words, I hate people. I hate that so many people use these words now because it's watered. It's someone sitting in a room by themselves and they figure themselves out. God, so many people use these words now because it's watered. Where's passion when you're 300 pounds? In a room by themselves. Where's the motivation when you can't read and write? Where is it? So how did this happen? Where's passion? When you're 300 pounds. I just did. Where's the motivation when you can't read and write?
Everybody's asleep, man, or just getting home after a long night. You know, going out there partying. It's Friday night. It's close to 3 in the morning right now. Everybody's asleep, man, just getting home after a long night. The thing is, man, it's always going to be a party. It's always going to be a time to celebrate and a time to join friends or a day to, I mean, the bars are always open. It's always open. No matter how old you are, they're always open, you know? Join friends. What's not always open is the opportunity to just check the box in life. You know, to achieve your dreams. That's not always open. It's not always open.
You know what a loser is? A real loser is somebody that's so afraid of not winning, they don't even try.
I never forget one time I was running by a graveyard and I was just trying to become. I was fat and I ran by a graveyard and I looked out there and I have all these epiphanies, man. I have all these moments of like, it's crazy, man, of this thought. Cause I'm always by myself, I'm always deep and thought about how to be better. And I look out there, I'm like, man, I wonder how many of you this crazy of this thought just are so upset with how you live your life, how to be better. And I look out there, I'm like, man, I regret how you live this. I'm running a 300-pound man thinking, man, are so upset. Don't fucking die like this, bro. Don't die like this. So people wonder where this shit comes from me. It comes from such deep thought of trying to see what this is all about. What is this life all about? What am I all about? Why am I here?
It was life and death. Either you live or you die. Which one do you want, Tom? That was the decision. In the corporate life and in the gym. But if you want something bad enough, it was life and death. If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something. I'll repeat that. If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something. Not even yourself. You can't do something. A lot of days I'm like, oh, you can't do this, Tom. You can't be as quick as a 30-year-old on the computer. Let me show you. I would have arguments with myself. I could do it. People doubted me. I doubted myself sometimes too. But you know what? Let me show you. I watched Arnold fall down. Nobody remembers when he fell down.
Your biggest enemy is you.
You know what?
My whole book is about you battling yourself. People don't understand is you against you. The only person that gets in your way is you. Nobody else. It's you.
There's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Go further.
So I want to ask you, can you admit something in your life that you don't feel like you deserve or have earned? Something in your life. Can you admit a goal or a dream that you want to chase, but you're feeling like, nah, I can't fly that high. I'm not equipped. I don't really have the ability. I'm not qualified. You want to chase, but you're feeling like, nah,
into the Navy SEAL recruiter's office, he looked at me and said, there's only been 35 African Americans in 70 years making through. You know what I said to myself? What if I can be the 36? He looked at me and said, it's the what if I can pull off a miracle. What if I can become someone that no one thinks I can be?
Be the hero of your own movie. If your life was a movie and it started now, forget about whatever financial disasters you've had, personal failures, relationship failures. What would the hero of your life's movie do right now? Do that.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. Put some more air in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail. You will fail in your comfort zone. Success is not a comfortable position. It is a very uncomfortable thing to attempt. So you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you ever want to be successful.
The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold, but unmade decisions. The reason you are stressed is that you have decisions to make, and you're not making them. The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold,
folks,
but unmade decisions.
You cannot change your life unless you change something.
The heaviest things in life
If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got unless you change.
I started thinking like every day, I was like, I hope I don't wake up. You know what I mean? And that was the thing where I was like, this is a big enough problem that like if you don't want to wake up every day, then I was like, I hope I don't wake up. You know what I mean?
What have you got to lose?
And that was the that was the thing where I was like, that was it. And it was like, I have nothing to lose. And that was when I think in the last podcast we talked about this, where it's like, if everybody who's like at the bottom and feels like they have nothing going for them, reframe that as I have nothing going for me, which also means that I have nothing to lose by taking action. It makes you a much more dangerous person. And I think that was the flip that I've had repeatedly shown to me in my life that allowed me to take the step that I was afraid to take.
The fear is never reaching the potential. That always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating, always not doing the right thing. And then one day you're an old man, and you look back and go, God, I could have been procrastinating, it could have been great.
Preparing to do the thing isn't doing the thing. Scheduling time to do the thing isn't doing the thing. Making a to-do list for the thing isn't doing the thing. Telling people you're going to do the thing isn't doing the thing. Messaging friends who may or may not be doing the thing isn't doing the thing. Writing a banger tweet about how you're going to do the thing isn't doing the thing. Hating on yourself for not doing the thing isn't doing the thing. Hating on other people who have done the thing isn't doing the thing. Hating on the obstacles in the way of you doing the thing isn't doing the thing. Fantasizing about all of the adoration you'll receive once you do the thing isn't doing the thing. Reading about how to do the thing isn't doing the thing. Reading about how other people did the thing isn't doing the thing. Reading this essay isn't doing the thing. The only thing that is doing the thing is doing the thing. Reading about how other
We define ourselves far too often by our past failures. We look at our past and we say, well, that's me. That's not you. You are this person right now. You're the person who's learned from those failures. And you can choose to be the hero of your own movie right now. Write down your goals. Write down things you want to improve. Write down things you won't tolerate from yourself. Write down things that you've done in the past you never want to see yourself do again. And go forward from here as the hero of your own movie. Write down things that you've done in the past you never want to see
Challenge of life. You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are. That's the challenge of life. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got.
Most people don't want it that badly. And of course, why they always ask the question, how you get to where you are? You know how to do it. You know exactly how to be you or how to be me. You don't want to do it. So I can't make you know how to do it. And nor do I have the time or energy to force you into that place that I know you have to be to do it. So there's no luck in this game. It may be a little bit of luck, but the luck happens after you bust into that place that I know and you put yourself in that lucky situation. Luck doesn't happen. You put yourself in that situation where luck might happen.
Would I be able to do it? Would I? You don't know. Until you say, yeah, I'm gonna take action. Nothing changes if nothing changes, man. Would I be able to do it? And I'm not preaching at you. I just want to remind you, because I've spent a lot of time in my life sitting around wanting things to change. And I'm not preaching at you. I just want to remind you, not being able to make them change and not thinking I could.
don't feel the fact that your spirit will die tomorrow, that will impel you to get something done. There's no necessity behind it. And the human animal that we were created is when we feel pressure, we feel the necessity to get things done. We can move mountains. But when that pressure, almost like a barometric pressure, releases, and we don't feel the need to get something done, we can become incredibly lazy because there's no necessity. So you have to create necessity in your life. You have to create the need to get things done.
Why do that much? Why go that far? Why try to become everything? That's a good question. Why? Why do that? And you're the only one personally that can answer that question for yourself. One of the big thrusts for success is to come up with a strong enough why. And you're the only one personally that if the why is powerful, the how is easy. Thrust for success is to come up with a if the vision isn't clear, the old prophet said, without a vision we die, without a vision we perish, without a dream we're nothing. If the vision isn't clear, the old prophet said, without a vision we die, without a vision we perish, without a dream we're nothing.
To be successful. There aren't any. But if you do something repeatedly over and over, you develop a habit of shortcut. So most people are in the habit of looking for easy ways to get the things they want.
It's almost like you have to have the ability to go to the deep end no matter whether or not you'll ever go there.
Right. Yes.
And some people are like, well, I'm never going to go deep. You have to have, but you should be able to.
Yes.
No matter whether
what are you willing to give up? Right. Yes. What are you willing to sacrifice?
Like, well, I'm never going to.
What are you willing to forgo? Yes.
If you're struggling, if you're frustrated with yourself, if you're at that point where you're so sick of yourself and your excuses, I've been there, Steven's been there. This is a normal part of the human experience. And at some point, either the pain is going to get big enough, or you're going to bump into somebody's story somewhere on this planet who has been in the position that you're in right now, facing the stuff that you're facing right now, and there is something about their story at this exact moment in time that will ignite something in you that is missing, and what is missing in you right now is something about their
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the misfits, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. They have no respect for the status quo. The only thing you can't do is ignore them. You can quote them because they change things. They push the human race forward. The only thing you can't do. While some may see them as the crazy ones because they change things, we see change the human race forward. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Because the people who are crazy enough to
playing out the fear. Layla says this, and I love it, but that fear is a mile wide and an inch deep. And so it looks like this ocean that you're going to step into and drown. But as soon as you step into it, you realize it was not that deep at all, and you can keep walking through it. And I just love that visual, because a lot of times when it's like we have this anxiety around this big decision we have to make, if you actually take the step and realize that it's not death, you're not going to drown. I just love there's plenty of other steps you can take from there, even if you get a little decision we have to make.
You have to be open-minded to the possibility that I can do this. Once you shut your mind down to the possibility that it can be achieved, there's no way it can happen.
Is there advice you can give to young kids that are living through a situation of any sort, tough life?
Try to find a thing that you really enjoy. Try to find a thing that you're passionate about. Everybody thinks they're a loser. Every young person thinks they're a loser. At least a young person in the situation I was in. I didn't know I wasn't a loser until I started winning. Until I started doing martial arts. Martial arts taught me that I could get better at stuff. That I wasn't really a loser.
I want to maximize what I can. I want to be the best that I can be. I want to do things well, and I don't want to leave stuff on the table, but I don't want to be chasing the end goal so much that I never actually enjoy the process of getting there, because ultimately that's really all that matters. You're going to look back at any destination and realize that it was 99.9% journey, and only one day of celebrating achieving the thing.
You're lazy. You know exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. Because even me, in my state of, I can't read or write.
was at work the other day, and I just been kind of in this like rut at work. It's not a bad job, but I just really want to get out of it. So I was catching up on some of your podcasts, and you said something that resonated with me. You know, you said nothing changes if nothing changes. I thought about it, and I went home and I applied for a job I'm probably not qualified for, but I was like, I would take a shot. And the next day I get a call from them. I have the interview, goes well. She said she would set me up with in-person interview. Never even had it. They emailed me a few days later, and I got the job. So now I'm going to be doing a job that I think I will appreciate more and enjoy more, and I'll be making double the money that I'm making now.
Bro, that's awesome, man. That's really great. Congratulations for trying something new. Yeah, it's crazy to sometimes think, like, what can happen if we decide, I'm going to see what happens when I decide that I am qualified. It's crazy to sometimes think, like, what can happen? What happens when I decide for myself that I'm going to do something different?
I've made huge developments while I was staying up until 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning running a nightlife business. You can make huge developments in your personal growth journey while you're doing a 9 to 5 in the morning
You
running a
have
nightlife
this moment
business.
where you go, well, what if?
Huge developments.
What if this is the time, sobriety? What if I go to therapy and I actually do change the way that I think? What if I could get out of debt? If that person did it, I go to therapy, maybe I could actually do. And without either hope, what if I or that kind of rock bottom moment, I don't think you're going to change.
We can stay here, get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back into the light. We can climb out of hell, or 1 inch at a time.
You are responsible for your life. And if you're sitting around waiting on somebody to save you, to fix you, to even help you, you are wasting your time, because only you have the power to take responsibility to move your life forward. What matters is now, this moment, and your willingness to see this moment for what it is, accept it, forgive the past, take responsibility, and move forward. I came to realize that all the time I was praying to God, asking for God to take responsibility, God was waiting on me. I came to realize that.
How many times do you have to hear it? If nothing changes, nothing changes. Right? And yet somehow we expect things to change. How many times do you have to hear it?
You're always afraid to take the first step because all you see is every negative thing 10 miles down the road. But you can do anything you want. You are bound by nothing. You're always afraid to take the first step.
The time comes for you to be your own man and take on the world, and you did. But somewhere along the line, you changed. You stopped being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame. Like a big shadow. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard,
if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. Because yeah, nothing changes if nothing changes, man. I am bad.
Because if you're thinking,
take some action.
Then you're not taking action. And if you're not taking action, then there's no consequences. If there's no consequences, there's nothing to be afraid of. The overthinking can be an excuse for actual fear.
It doesn't matter whether I achieve all of my goals or I don't achieve all of the goals. In 3 generations, I'll be forgotten, and the only people who were naysaying against me will also be matter whether I. So then it's like, just do what you make.
And we'll sit around forever wondering, well, what if I was a dog catcher? Would I be the best? What if I was
We expect things to change. You think you're going to get in better shape.
Sit around forever wondering, well,
you think you're going to get more money. You think your relationship is going to improve. You think you're going to get promoted. You think you're going to get a raise. You think the world is going to get better, get more money. You think your
yourself as good as you can. You want to make the world a better place. You want to have an impact. All of these things are just, they're all positive. Leave it all.
What really breaks my heart is how stuck people are.
As good as you can. You want to make the world a better place. You want to have an impact. All of these things are just, they're all positive.
You can do to change your life for the better. If you don't have that hope, there are, and you don't have this breakthrough where you have for just a millisecond this insight where you go, well, what if things did work out? If you don't have that moment where you have, most people stay so stuck in resignation. What if things did work out?
If you are trying to battle the same boss over and over again,
teaches us who we are. We just keep living. Sometimes it's so bad, we feel like we're dying. We can't really live till we die, can we?
You don't get it. There's great joy in the grind.
Sometimes it's so bad.
Great joy in the suffering. It totally cleanses your body out, man, of any kind of hate. It makes you grow up.
What I want to invite you to do, what I want you to consider, is that every single time you go and do something hard, that's the story I told you something. It's easier said than done. You know, it's kind of hard to do that. Well, it's supposed to be fucking hard. Look, if growing stronger and building muscle, it's kind of easy. You'd have no reason to go to the gym. You'd have there would be no growth if there was no challenge.
And I'm answering your questions. Every question I'm answering, I'm with you. But in the back of my mind, all I'm thinking about is all the times I could have won those matches that I lost by not bringing my best mindset. You're haunted by all the opportunities that you missed by not bringing your best at that time. When you could have won, but you didn't win because you allowed life to interfere with that one shot. When you're sitting there getting ready to serve the match, and your mind is not thinking about where that ball placement is, but thinking about with that one shot, your family this or this at work or that at work. That's greatness. Greatness is your recall on every single shot that you missed throughout a 20-some-year career. Every shot, you can go back and say, I was here. This person was in the red shirt there. Greatness was being so aware of the time. You can go back and say, life's here. In the second that went by, and you can recall like it was yesterday. Greatness is being able to go back there and not making that same mistake again and being haunted by it.
There really are only two macro level motivators that we have in life, and that's pleasure and pain. I want people to understand is, okay, so if nature only gave you two things to motivate you, pleasure and pain, why would you eliminate half of them? And so most people think that life is about avoiding the pain. I'm here to tell you right now, in a very controlled fashion, it is about really experiencing the pain, learning from it. Pain plus reflection equals progress. So right now,
failure has been achieved. Thank God. Now, the only place to go from failure is to win. You have to achieve failure. You have to take it that far. Nobody wants to go that far. It's too scary. You know something? I got news for you. That's where winning is. It always has been.
The one thing I would tell them is, and I would tell them to get tattooed on your arm, and it would say, it's supposed to be fucking hard. The one
If
thing
you
I
can
would
see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen.
You cannot change your life unless you change something. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got.
Your biggest enemy is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself. People don't understand it's you against you. The only person that gets in your way is you. Nobody else. It's you.
Everybody thinks they're a loser. Every young person thinks they're a loser. At least a young person in the situation I was at. I didn't know I wasn't a loser until I started winning. Until I started doing martial arts. Martial arts taught me that like I could get better at stuff. That I wasn't really a loser.
You will fail at some point in your life. Accept that. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something.
You can't wait for everything to be perfect
in your life. Accept that.
to start living.
You will embarrass yourself.
Because that's what I've done. My whole life has been like that. Inside of me, it has been, as soon as it's all lined up, I'm going to show you myself. As soon as I've got it all looking the way I want, I'm going to show up for you. I'm never going to get to that where everything's okay, where everything looks a certain way. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do have available. I'm burning that candle up. I'm burning this candle down, and I'm saying as soon as it gets bright enough or warm enough in here, I'm going to show up. But the candle's getting smaller.
It's more socially acceptable to be our own biggest critic than it is to be our own biggest cheerleader.
10 years before I heard it put into words, if you can be in a bad mood for no reason, you can be in a good mood for no reason.
There's a quote that I've fallen in love with. The magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding. The magic you are looking for is is in the work you're avoiding.
When I wake up every day, there's only one voice I have to listen to. It doesn't matter whether I achieve all of my goals or I don't achieve all of the goals. In 3 generations, I'll be forgotten, and the only people who are naysaying against me will also be dead. It doesn't matter whether I achieve all of the goals. And so then it's like, I don't achieve all of the goals. Just do it. Generations.
When it feels scary to jump, that is exactly when you jump. Otherwise, you end up staying in the same place your whole life. When it feels that I can't jump,
You're always afraid to take the first step because all you see is every negative thing 10 miles down the road. You are bound by nothing.
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. It doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. I know. Because yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this up?
Yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
Why not? You had that third failure in a row.
I mean, I'd have to be dead or really incapacitated.
The fear is never reaching your potential. That's it. That always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating, always not doing the right thing. And then one day you're an old man, always quitting. You look back, God, I could have been procrastinating. I could have been always.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail.
The unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is. It is. And it could have been the story of mine. And I tell a lot of people go, what's your biggest fear?
It's the story of most people's lives.
And my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So this is play a game with me. Let's say you're God. And my biggest fear, we have a big, long line of people. And I made it to heaven. 75 years old, I'm 300 pounds. I made it to heaven. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's what I did. But I'm dead. I'm in heaven now. And you are, you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. That's right. You have Adam Brown, and he has a big board up, and you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. So we're in line. And you rip it down, and I'm next to him. David God, Adam Brown. I see my name. I see all the board up. God goes, hey, you say, read this, man. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing David God, Adam Brown. I see my name. I see all the board up. God goes, hey, you say, read this, man. Motivational. I'm reading this list. Change seeing David God. Okay, man, pull up record, all this. And I'm like, that's not me, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be. Okay, man.
To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. Les Brown's a motivational speaker. He made an analogy about this. He says, imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, how many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? And now we have to go to the grave together. See that look so I ask you today, don't ever let a man see you like that. How many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? You give him the power. Go to the grave together. See that look right there? You got to take an L. Don't ever let him take it with your head up. How many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? Like a man.
Make the hard decisions, make the sacrifices, make the unpopular decisions, and become comfortable in your own skin. And if you are not a person that you are comfortable being alone with, that is the one person in this universe that you have full power, full right, and full responsibility to change.
If you had to create a human, what would you put them through to make them better? It probably wouldn't be a really chill life. What would you put them through to make them patient? You probably wouldn't give them things they need to make them. And so it's like we want these traits, but
let's engage in this. And I can't do it. I just don't. People are talking to me, and in my head, I'm counting something. I'm counting up a number, or I'm knee deep in a sequence on the mat or on the feet. That's my life. Sequences and numbers. Nothing else. I cannot pay attention to nothing else.
Fear is never reaching potential. Always falling short. Always quitting before you're done. Always procrastinating. Always not doing the right thing. And then one day you're an old man. Always quitting. You look back. God, I just procrastinated.
My personal question to you is why not you?
One day you're an old man.
You've got the brain. You can make decisions. You can study the plan. You can change your life. You can grow immensely in the next few years. You can make your dreams come true. You can build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. You can become healthy. You can become powerful. Why not you? You can build a financial
People don't see that. People will never understand. To be success, all they think about, well, you batted 202, and he struck out at a certain number of times. Yeah, okay, to be, but the effort was there. All they think about, well, and the learning curve, the passion he struck out that has transcended to me, not just to me, but to other people who are afraid to do things because they're worried about the perception that doesn't come from other places. To me, that's more gratifying to other people than anyone who are afraid to do things. So that's the things that my father and mother instilled in me. Take a negative and turn it into a positive. Don't be afraid to fail. So
Cause you don't know what time it feels like.
Let's face it, it's you against you out there. When you walk on that court, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
But here's the fact. All of you have extraordinary capabilities. All of you. You have to decide if you're willing to do the things to put you in that category. Don't put on the show. If you win the game, don't put on the show. You win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. You don't put on the show. You win.
Hey, let him take this one.
Don't put on the show. You win the game.
You go in there and you kick his ass, man.
You stop being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame. Like a big shadow. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good.
Damn, Ron,
And
come
when
on.
things got hard, you started looking
What's
for
the matter
something to
with you?
blame. Like a big shadow. You let people stick a finger.
There is no tomorrow. Damn, Ron, come on. There is no tomorrow. What's the matter with you? There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Say blackjack, Vinny.
There is no tomorrow.
This is it.
There is no tomorrow.
This is it.
There is no tomorrow.
See this guy here staring back at you? That's your toughest opponent.
This is it.
Every time you get into the ring, that's who you're going against. I believe that in boxing, and I do believe that in life. Let me tell you something you already know. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. But it ain't about how
That's how winning is done.
It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving
twice as
forward.
fast.
It ain't about
That's how winning is done.
Yeah, the guy in the ring is your enemy twice as fast. Make his mistakes be his destruction.
Now go out there and show me how you do things.
In the ring is your enemy.
Show me how you live.
Make his mistakes.
Show me how you fight.
Because I want to be great.
Now go out there and show me how you do things. Show me how you live. Show me how you fight.
I want to be one of the greats. Great.
Now go out there and show me how you do things.
You love this game.
Show me how you live.
I mean, love it with your whole heart.
Show me how you fight.
Because if you don't,
Let's not even bother.
you love this game.
Let's not open that door. They're just going to slam it right in our face.
Because I love this game. I live this game. There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. I love this game. I live this game.
Obsession's going to be talent every
There's
time.
1,000 other guys
You got
waiting
all
in
the talent in the world, but are you obsessed?
I love this game. I
Is it all you ever think about? Obsession's going
I
to
want you to understand the difference between a risk and a gamble. This, what we're doing here, this is calculated, okay? We weigh the odds, we make a choice. I want you to understand the difference between a risk
Do you remember
and a
him?
gamble. This, what we're doing here, this
You
is
gotta block out everything and be in the
we weigh
moment.
the odds, we
Not
make
the
a choice.
past,
I want you to
not the
understand
future.
between a risk
Right now, remember him.
You have control of this.
You gotta block out everything
This
and be in the
belongs
moment.
to you.
Not the past,
This is
not the
yours.
future. Right
You're the
now,
captain. You have control. You're the master.
you gotta block out
You're the foreman. Belongs to you. You're the general. This you're the head. Don't give control of this to nobody. You're the
Don't let this man control you.
You're the general.
Don't let him control you.
You're the head. You gotta get real dark. Now, like I was telling you before, if you want to be ordinary, you ain't even gotta listen
Don't let
to
this man
me.
control you.
Just go on about your
Don't let him
business.
control you.
You gotta get real dark.
Hard
Now, like I
times
was
create
telling you
hard
before, if you
men.
want to be ordinary,
Hard
you ain't
men
even gotta
create
listen
soft
to me.
times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. Create hard men.
If you don't fail, you're not even trying. My wife told me this great expression. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. Fail, you're not even trying. My wife told me this great expression. To get something you never had.
Now, the only place to go from failure
you never did.
is to win. You have to achieve failure. You have to take it that far. Nobody wants to go that far. It's too scary. You know
representing your unfulfilled potential, the ghost of the ideas you never acted on, the ghost of the talents you didn't use, and they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say, and now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, how many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? And now we have to go to the grave.
I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Legs to the conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody brutal. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat your children. Praise be to Allah.
You have to learn how to fail. A lot of us have big dreams, big goals. And when you have goals that are maybe outside your reach, you have to know that getting to that goal, you're going to have a lot of bad days. So I had to teach myself how to fail right. So what that means is, when I fail, I can't spend much time in that fail zone. I have to be able to get up and get after the next day just as fast. I don't have time to stay here and feel bad for myself for weeks and months and years, because I'll lose that time.
The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. The instructors told us, looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. Only 5 men, just 5 men. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. It was hard to hear anything. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted, and somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope, the power of one person. If I have learned anything,
no results, but I'm a little bit better. Work, no results, but I'm a little bit better. Work, no results, I'm a little bit better. Work, I just got paid, and it looks like overnight success. Yeah. It's like, oh, it happened in here. No, bro, it doesn't.
The truth in front of you is it sucks. It's painful.
It's like overnight success.
It's fucking mind-numbing.
It happened in here. No, bro.
Because this is what it takes. Creating another voice, and sometimes going at it alone. All the time, because no one's gonna believe it. Because that is what it takes.
I love this game. I live this game.
All the time.
There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. I love this game. I live this game. Obsession's going to be talent every time. There's 1,000 other guys. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? When you walk on that court, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
The hardest thing in life is figuring out who you are and what you want to do for the rest of your life. And once you figure that out, you wake up every day and you work toward it. It's impossible for you to fail if you know who you are, what you want to do, and you wake up every day and work toward it.
When I seen that Bentley at the boxing gym, and I seen that diamond Rolex, I said, I want that. And I knew what it took. So I know when my opponent is asleep, and I seen that I'm out there at 4 or 5 in the morning, chopping trees, working. To this day, I know when my opponent is asleep, because I can retire today. I'm well off in the morning, very comfortable, chopping trees, working. But I got the will to win.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. Put some more air in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail. You will fail in your comfort zone. Success is not a comfortable position.
What if we have that kind of attitude? The car's repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win.
The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold, but unmade decisions. The reason you are stressed is that you have decisions to make and you're not making them.
get up in years, you can be a man that you're proud of. Okay? So this is just an encouragement to just get up in years. You can be a man that you're proud of. Just chill out, okay? And embrace the process. You're doing a long process. Live.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt and miserable. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
Cannot change your life unless you change something.
Don't be afraid of being hurt and miserable.
If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got unless you change something.
He believed in himself, and you can't do it. You can do anything that you want. You can get singing lessons, get a better job, make more money. You could be even like rich. You could live in a White House someday. You could be
this time I do have available, where everything looks a certain way, I'm burning that candle up. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do. I'm burning this candle down, and I'm saying as soon as it gets bright enough, I'ma show up. I'm burning this candle, but the candle's getting smaller. As soon as it gets bright enough, I'ma show up. I'm burning this candle, but the candle's getting smaller. As soon as it gets bright enough, I'ma show up.
10 years from now, you will surely become someone. The big question is, who? 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. 10 years from now, and the question is, where? The big question is. So to answer the question of where you want to arrive and the kind of person you want to be, you've got to get serious. And the question is,
You think when you're young that you have all this time.
So to answer the question of
You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall in the gym in there is, there is no tomorrow. From Rocky 3. You know, there is no tomorrow. Fuck that shit. Let's get all this shit done today.
Someday in a day
fucking sucks. You're in the fuck dungeon. But guess what? I'm still going to get. Pretty soon you win. Pretty soon you'll fucking suck. You have the courage and the heart and the dedication and the mindset. But everybody go fuck themselves. I know what I know. I've listened to myself enough to know. I know what I know. None of you can hear what I'm hearing. And that's what people don't do enough of. They don't listen to their journey. They listen to everybody else's shit.
Do you wake up on the morning, it's cold, it's wet, it's dark, you've got no cartilage in your knee.
Keep talking. They listen to everybody else's shit.
You've got these problems, right?
I need you to keep talking about what you were just saying. That brings joy to my life right there.
Why?
Because I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that kind of life right there. Refuse to study for a while. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I can't get off that kind of life. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak to go further. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's rich nowadays. Most people are weak now want to thrive. Most people don't want to go to that. That's the only place to find that extra.
Most of us fail in life because we're afraid of what everyone around you is thinking. That's 100% truth. So we live by the narrative of other people. When I first called a recruiter to be a Navy SEAL, I was 297 pounds. The first recruiter looked at me and said, "You're not going to be able to make this, man." So what he was doing was he was projecting his energy on me. He knew he couldn't be a fucking Navy SEAL. So God helped this black guy, because I was only the 36th African American to make it through in over 70 years. How does this black fat guy gonna make it through in my ass? He wouldn't even want to try. So he's projecting. So a lot of us who are negative people, all we do is project how we feel on other people. So what happens is there's a lot of negative people walking on planet Earth who are afraid to try. Because a lot of people are very negative in this world.
You have to struggle. You have to struggle. The bigger the struggle, the bigger the peace. The bigger the suffering, the more peace.
What we talked about earlier, there's no fucking finish line. It doesn't exist.
You know what's funny about that? Is I have people now, so when I was in the worst part of my life,
what we talked about earlier,
those people want to bring you back in. Those people, like you can see who you hang out with, like when you're in your worst. And when you try to get better, what makes it hard to get better is that you are hanging around people who, like, let's say you're an alcoholic. You hang around people who drink. And let's say you want to stop drinking. Those people want to bring you back in. Like I used to be this guy who was, who wasn't worth anything. Now those people who are still there, they're 16, 17, 18, 30 years ago, they're trying to get you back there. So the hardest part, you gotta see who you're hanging out with, man. You gotta hang out with the people who you want to be like the most.
Yeah, people will definitely drag you down.
They'll drag you down.
And especially if you're around someone that makes a lot of excuses and they're always failing. Because it's just like they're the opposite of inspiration. They're like a vacuum. It's just sucking it out of you.
Why are you doing that today, man?
Yeah.
Why are you getting up again so early? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The people you hang around with will suck the fucking life out of you.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta be alone, man. Get your shit in.
And then there's also people that you're going to be around that are always failing and always fucking up, and then they're always coming to you to try to get you to help them. It's become a giant burden. They never look in the mirror and get their own shit together. They're always looking for external help.
That's right. Always looking for a story. People don't want to go in deep, man. All the answers are inside of you. It's a very primitive way. How this book is written, it's primitive. It's very barbarian. It's how we all think. It's how man once walked the earth. And then we get all soft and all these computers and shit. We start going away from the most powerful thing we have is our fucking brain. It's our mind. And we don't use it. And then we get all soft. So, it's like everything has to be so quick. There's no dopamine. There's no dopamine in there. You got nothing. Your hormones are shot. Everything has to be so quick. You have to envision something that is more powerful than you. Something has to get you out of bed. Everything has to be so quick. And you have to create it. It has to be false. Because you're not in. You're a bad piece of shit. Just shut up and let me enjoy this pain. No, this fucking really sucks. This is
but your mind's not prepared. Story for you. When I was 19 years old, I was going through the Air Force trying to be a pararescueman. I was doing push-ups, sit-ups, swimming. I was doing all this shit, knocking out of the park. One of the best in the class. But the second of the obstacle got in my fucking way, I wasn't prepared for it mentally. I was a beast. All I was doing was I was training a bigger, stronger, faster quitter. You gotta train your mind for all obstacles that might get in your way. Well, at that time of year again, we start to feel real happy. Why? Because we're not going to work. If you believe in Santa Claus and you celebrate Christmas, you're looking forward to Santa Claus coming in the chimney and giving you some presents. It's a real good time of year. So in that good time of year, we start to feel real good about ourselves. So I start to feel great. So we start making promises to ourselves about, hey, I'm gonna lose some weight. I'm gonna do better in school. I'm gonna be better here, be better there. But guess what happens? The real marriage Christmas happens when all of that noise is gone. It's quiet. And it's you against you. And now all those endorsements are gone. And I promise you made by getting up early and getting after it to go lose weight and study harder, guess what? It's a lot harder now. That repetition becomes a lot harder now. So a lot of us can't do things on our own. So find somebody in your life. So when you throw that towel in, they throw that mother back at you and say you're not done yet. Stay true to yourself, stay hard. Pain is just a feeling. You see it's happiness? Why? Because it sucks. That's why I'm so happy right now. I'm kind of happy, but I was hoping to be a lot worse. I'm going to do a nice little run today. And no, I'm not thinking it's warm and 70. I like to live in reality. It sucks. It's about 7 inches of snow. And I'm extremely ecstatic right now. Never forget to train with reality. In life, a lot of us work our ass off. Trying to get to a better place. A place that makes us feel better about ourselves. Some people want to do ultra races. They're starting to PR during training. Some people want to be a lawyer or a medical student. So they're taking these practice tests. And they're crushing the practice test. But guess what happens? Once you get the actual bit, your mind isn't ready. Your mind's not prepared. You've been studying. You've been training. You've been working out, but your mind's not prepared. You got to train your mind for all obstacles that might get in your way. Stay hard. If you want to be great, you want to be the baddest motherfucker ever at what you do, you're going to be misunderstood by everybody because you're going to be so fucking obsessed and so driven to get there. That's what it takes. That's the truth. It takes every second of your fucking life. Anybody says balance? Yeah, balance is important for a lot of fucking people. It is. But if you want to fucking go to that edge where people do not like you, don't understand you, question everything you can do, you arrived. You just can't read about it. You can't sit back and be a theorist. You have to be a fucking practitioner. At the end of the day, I ask myself one question. Can I take one more step? And usually the answer is yes. So if you can answer that question and not take another step, that is real failure. That is real quitting. So a lot of people can take one more step and they choose not to. I don't know if you can take 2 steps. You got to answer that question after you take the first step. So, but I can always take one more step. So if I choose not to, that's on me. I got to live with that. Are you happy? What's wrong with you? I'm driven. I'm obsessed. And that's what you see. Failure is the ultimate thing, man. I failed so many times before. That's why I don't look at failure anymore as failure. I look at it as my first, second, and third attempt. How you gonna feel, man, when you accomplish this goal coming from that shit? Coming from the fucking hell you came from. A lot of people start from a good starting point. They have a good foundation. What if you can surpass all of these motherfuckers? What if everybody who was fucking way up here started up here, and you started with no legs. You had to grow fucking legs to even start walking, and then crawling, and then running, and then you start passing people with all this given to them. I had to use all this negative shit that was making me weak and horrible as a person. I had to use this as the power that's now fueling. I had to flip it on its head and say, hold up, and this might be exactly what I need. For me, I made a decision, and my decision was to be the best person I could. And I basically, a lot of mornings I wake up and say, fuck your feelings. And that doesn't mean like, you know, don't take it literally, fuck your feelings. But sometimes you have to go beyond what you're feeling. And my knees were fucked, but guess what? I wanted to run. I have to change because I can't stay here. I can't. I looked at myself in the mirror and I was defeated. I go, look at myself. I'm like, who am I? But guess what happens? That alarm clock goes off. somebody who doesn't want to do anything with their life. So I make you question everything about yourself. One thing I did wrong in my life was I tried for so many years to please people. And I did it at the expense of myself. I was leaving a lot in the tank. And when you do that, you stop living. And you will live exactly the way you live now. Questioning who you are. Wondering what is possible. Wondering what you are capable of doing. That's how that looks. Or you can be me, which, am I happy? I don't know. Never really thought about it. I don't really care about it. Because all I really cared about was when I looked in that freaking mirror, I saw a piece of shit. Happiness wasn't on the mirror at 16. When I was 300 pounds, it was like, I'm looking for happiness. No, I'm looking at myself in the mirror and say, all right, motherfucker, you did it again today. I had to stop thinking normal. I had to stop thinking normal. I can no longer be a common man walking around doing common things. But no one taught me this stuff. It was like, I paid a trainer to come train me. Jenny Craig didn't come down and miracle my ass. None of this happened. It was on me. I became obsessed. Paid a trainer to come train me. I became obsessed with being the baddest motherfucker that God ever created. Am I that? I don't care. I believe it. And I was trying to tell him, once you become obsessed with something, obsessed, it's okay to be unbalanced for a while. It's okay. Don't be all this stuff people say. You gotta be balanced. To be the best in the world at what you do. It's not about being a Navy SEAL, people. The best at what you do, you have to be unbalanced to find every bit of energy and strength that you have to pull it off. Whenever you think you can't, confidence comes from the thing that you built. You must build belief. You must build confidence. It can't be like, hey, I'm gonna knock that shit out. You must build. You gotta look over here and say, confidence. I can knock that shit out. It's belief, and it's built on what you put in to yourself. I had to miserably wake up every morning in the cold because it was Indiana in November when it started. I was miserable. I had to miserably wake up. This is your new life. Every morning in the cold because it was Indiana. Take it or leave it. There's no happiness about it. There's no peace behind it. It sucks. You gotta live with that. Now, I lived with it for a lot of years. Until I sat back and said, okay, all right, I know what this is. And when you sit back, as fucked up as I was, and I had a laundry list, a table like this of what I have to do to become just a human being. I understand that, guy. I understand exactly where you're coming from. That is your personal opinion. I totally get that. But there's very few people in this world who want to do a job like that. And it takes a different kind of mindset. But is it tear grass appropriate? People in this world who want to do a job like that. How hard that training is, I don't expect anybody to understand it. But 1%. But the loud voices of this world are the 99% who don't understand exactly what you have to do. I became the most obsessed person on the planet Earth. And I was basically, I had to invent a guy that didn't exist. The mind controls everything. So what I realized was that when I was growing up and I was 300 pounds and I got all fat and I got all insecure, I realized that my mind kept taking me in this direction when things got uncomfortable for me. When I was facing my insecurities, I was facing my fears, my mind said, oh no, we got tactical advantage. We need to get you, separate you from this feeling. This feeling of your life's all about feelings. We want the happy feeling. We don't want that feeling of this sucks. Why am I here? And you don't have any, so you can't answer those questions, so you leave. I started realizing that if in that moment you can answer those fucked up questions, and you are now in charge of your brain versus your brain ruling you, that's where all that stuff comes from. So the 40% rule is all of that. You get to 40%, your brain says, we're done. Let's roll, man. This is starting to get painful. This is uncomfortable. So you sit down. You have to figure out ways. And everybody's different. That's how the book kind of talks about. Like, we all have these things about, 5 steps to this and 4 steps to this. It's not more than that. That's all bullshit. It's
40%, I'm feeling pain. At 40%, I'm feeling pain. That's when the 40% rule kicks in. Now it starts. Okay, I'm feeling pain. My mind's saying all this shit to me. It's saying, get out of here, run, flee. The fight or flight kicks in. Okay, we're done. We're not good enough. It starts telling you all these things. You start to believe it because the mind controls all. This is the time where you have to gain control back of your mind. It's okay. Let me see if I can go 45%. Because the mind controls all. And once you start giving yourself more and more hope, and start realizing, okay, the mind starts to be, okay, what are you doing? We're supposed to be going right, and you're going left. You start then controlling your mind. Start finding more in yourself, and it goes from 40% to a lot further than that. But that's the start of it, though. Get to the spot where your mind is saying stop. Whatever that is, you gotta get there first, and then that's when that shit starts to work for you.
I don't look at anything as failure, because when you're going to try to do something, not trying is failure. That's not some after school special shit. But when you're able to go out there is no failure. It's attempts. Because when you're trying to do something that's bigger than you, whatever you are, whoever you are, if you're paralyzed trying to walk one step and you didn't, because you didn't fail, motherfucker, your first attempt. If that's your biggest thing, that's how your mindset needs to go in everything. So I don't look at it as failure's a big word, like that gets people down and shit. We give so much power to words. That's how I don't. No one's gonna miracle me to be somebody special. Everybody that called me near, my dad, my mom, all my situations were on me now. It's solely on me. In 2013, people wanted me to write my book. I did it in 2018. It took 5 years. And the reason why I didn't do it, I set a table and Jennifer was there. This before she started working for me. I started dating or whatever. And all these people were there. And they're like, man, you gotta go on social media. And I was like, fuck you, man. Like, I'm not, it's poison. It's poison because I knew what I did to get where I am. And I'm gonna have these people, these normal, everyday people, fat, lazy, exactly who I was. And I'm judging people, these normal, because I know it, because I was once them. Our mind wants to protect us. The mind is like, honestly, it has a tactical advantage over us. It knows our deepest, darkest fears, our insecurities. It knows where we start to feel, we start getting that doubt creeping that says, hey man, you know what, man, maybe this isn't good. Let's go back home to the wife. Let's go back home to the kids. This is not comfortable. So in that moment, the mind directs us. It's a protective mechanism. It saves us from doing bodily harm, or it really saves us from discovering that the mind's like, I want to be in charge of you. I don't want you to be in charge of me. So it tells you, let's just stop right here. But once you start breaking through that barrier, you start breaking down that governor that you've put in your mind, because we forget we are in control of our mind. We believe it's the other way around. No, we put in our minds what we should do, but we believe our mind is telling us, it's giving us all this feedback. We have to reprogram it. It tells us, no, we're good. We're good. This sucks, but it's okay. I lived a life so disciplined that everybody that I once looked to, these fake characters, I built that as a man. And when I was younger, I had this image in my mind of what does a man look like to me. I built that as a man. And I got all these people who are badasses, characters. I had this image in my mind. And in my mind, I became that. I don't quit. I may not make it the first time, but I'll come back. I gotta come out of it. I gotta fucking get my head back in the game. I gotta figure this shit out. It doesn't mean you leave. It means you study. When do you rest? When do you recover? And I don't want to scare people, but the truth answer is, when do you rest? I don't take any days off. I turn a person, the truth answer is, into this motherfucker right here. Not off of reading a fucking book off a theorist. Off of going to work on myself and saying, I don't know how to do this, but I know that to get over there to that fucking side, I gotta grind myself into a fucking fine powder. But I know that I did it. Failure is inside and out, and you know that you've put yourself through hell to be where you're at today. You've walked the walk, you talked the talk, and you walked the walk. Inside and out, and that's to me what it's all about.
You have to make the decision whether you want to be a badass or whether you just want to be mediocre and everything's okay.
A good painter will not just paint. He needs to create. And you can't create with phones and everything going around you. So you gotta block yourself off. You only do 2 podcasts in a year. You block yourself off and you're painting this thing inside. And you're going through all these different colors of paint and everything else. And you can only figure out the right painting if you spend the correct amount of time in your brain.
You have to face that in that dark room. In that dark room is who you are. But in that dark room is where you have to create another human being that walks out of that dark room to face who you are. That's the only way you're going to get over all those things.
So basically, a lot of us aren't prepared for life. We get up willy-nilly and just hope life is going to happen. It is going to happen. But it's going to happen with a prepared mind or an unprepared mind. Most people attack life with an unprepared mind. What I do is I try to account for all things that could happen, might happen, probably will happen, and then the unknowns. I have the ability to see the end before the beginning even begins. And what that means is I know that to get to the very end, I can see it right now. So before I went to Buds, and I was losing all this weight, I saw myself walking across the stage at 191 pounds. That's where I had to get to get into the door. I saw myself walking across 6 months, a year later, whatever's going to take me to do it. I saw myself walking across that stage, getting that certificate of graduation from Buds. And I was able to be there at 300 pounds. And that feeling, that I was nowhere near that feeling. I was able to put myself there 1,000,000 times every day. And that feeling of like, my God, that is going to feel amazing. That's what made me suffer. That's what allowed the pain to be real and say, this is worth it. I want to feel for this next 18 months. It took me 18 months to finally become a Navy, to finally just get through Buds. 18 months, it's 6 months. It took me 18. That's what woke me up every morning was I want to put myself through this much pain and suffering for a few seconds. That's all it is. A few seconds of joy is so worth it, man. That's what people don't get. So I'm able to put myself at the finish line, even though I have no finish line, but at the finish line of an event before I even start the people don't get say, how are you going to feel at the end of this? Visualizing is my biggest tool of life. That's why I've been able to put myself in cold water, put myself in a 100-mile race millions of times before I've done it. And I'm able to go through the race and see how I'm going to feel at mile 50. Almost to the exact feeling.
Right, so when it comes up, it's no surprise.
No surprise. I've already done this a million times.
You're alone. You're alone. You may have a shrink you're going to. You may have a best friend you're going to. But there's 24 hours in the day where you're alone in this brain. And your brain is talking to you in all kind of ways. And it wants to control you, pull you into different pockets. If you can't control your own brain, and your brain controls you, you'll find ways. You got to tell your brain where you want to go and how you want to go and how you want to get there. You can't control you got to control. If not, it controls you. But you're also the scientist. You got to tell your brain where you want to go and how you want to go. You create your own self. Most people are missing something because there's so much trapped in there. I don't even want to say potential. I think that's the word used out too much too. There's so much in you that God or whatever the hell you believe in, or if you're atheist, in you that you have not unlocked. That you walk around with this gorgeous wife or a great husband, all this money, like, God, I'm missing it. Yeah, because it's unlocked. 75% of you is still fucking in there. All this money, like, still chained up. Because you just didn't want to find your willpower. Didn't want to find your soul, your will, your heart, your determination, your guts, your courage. Because I'm looking for that person like me. I sat down at the table and I said to myself, what are you willing to give your courage? Because every day. I'm looking for that person like me. And when people come to me with that kind of mindset, I can work with you. When you are willing to strip yourself down to nothing and give everything.
you want to be. When you put these restrictions up, that's who I want to be. That's why my first question is, how bad do you want this? If it's as bad as you want to live, breathe, or sleep, whatever the hell it may be, I can work with you. So you better figure out who the fuck you are on this journey. And those few people many people don't like you, so be it. But you first have to figure out you, because a lot of people die with a lot of untapped potential because they're trying to be somebody that they're not. So I was able to figure out my own potential by figuring out me. So I know why you go on Instagram. I know why you, because you just have the time. You have the time because you don't want to put that time into bettering oneself. I had two options. To either be that 300-pound guy who sprayed for cockroaches and made $1,000 a month, and at 24 years old, knowing when I'm 50 fucking years old, I can reflect on this and think about what guy I never became, or I can totally just stack it up and fail and fail and fail until I succeed. Let me teach you the real life. How really, the reason why you're a loser, the reason why you're not fucking making it, and the reason why you're trying to go to all these, I go to all these teachers in real life, speak all the fucking time. I look in this fucking audience, these people sign up, and every year go to convention, thinking they're going to learn something fucking different. No, you're lazy. You know exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. Because even me, in my state of, I can't read and write, I know exactly what to do. It just sucks doing it. Even me, it sucks to do it. It sucks to wake up every morning of your life and say, God, man, I'm not smart. So guess what I gotta do? I gotta study the same shit that I got one of the highest scores in the nation on. I'm not smart. Do it again. Do it again. It's not just there. It's not just there permanently. We're not able to think. The most powerful weapon in the world. You walk around with. It's not just there. So mind. So brain. We're not able to think. You have to be able to go into a very dark place in your mind and figure who you are. Go back to what you want to do. What's your purpose? We can't figure our purpose out, or why we're here, or why we're even born, or whatever, because it's so loud in our mind. We don't have any quiet time with ourselves to sit back and say, what do I really want? There's so many different dialogues in our head that we can't think. So my biggest thing is, you have to be alone in a very dark place in your mind to think about what is important to you. You can fucking achieve the absolute impossible. You don't need great parents. You don't need like a private school. You don't need to have this humongous GPA and all this other shit. What you need is the one thing I talk about in my book, which is straight up brutal work ethic. There's no hacks, bro. It's you against you. You against you. And if you misunderstand that, you have a real problem. Pretty soon you win. Pretty soon you'll fucking win. You have the courage and the heart and the dedication and the mindset, but everybody go fuck yourself. I know what I know. I've listened to myself enough to know. I know what I know. In the battle, you find peace. When you go to war with yourself, you find a lot of peace. Because you know exactly who you are. And that is where the peace is really found for me. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Exactly who you are. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. Every day I walk this earth and I see average all over the fucking place. Know that if you have big goals and big dreams, along the way failure is going to happen. So how fast do you get up from that? You got to teach yourself that. It's time to get back to work. Stop hearing yourself talk. Get off the podcast. Don't be on social media too much. Cut out all the fucking noise. Get back to the mental lab. When you really sit back at your life and you're in that dark room and you're looking at where you started from and you tell yourself, oh man, my mom is this way, my stupid stepdad got murdered, my dad beats the shit out of me, I can't read and write to save my soul, I've lied about it to everybody, I've cheated on all these tests, my God, man. And then you put a goal in your mind. How you gonna feel, man, when you accomplish this goal coming from that? And then you put a goal coming from the hell you came from. A lot of people start from a good starting point. Have a good foundation. What if you can surpass all legs. He had to grow legs to even start walking, and then crawling, and then running. And then you start passing people and all this given to him. I had to use all this negative shit that was making me weak and horrible as a person. I had to use this as the power that now fuels me. I had to flip it on its head and say, hold up, and this might be exactly what I need. This darkness is exactly what I need. It's how you look at your situation. And I was looking at it all. 2 heart surgeries, multiple knee surgeries, and after every knee surgery, they say you're not going to run again. And I'm fine with that. And I was looking at it all. There's no running up here, bro. Multiple knee surgeries. And this was what it was all about. That's what they lost. What if you can't run? Give a fuck. It was never about running. Why do you think I run? It's the worst thing. I hate doing it more than anything. It was never about running. Hence the willpower.
Right. Your anterior mid-cingulate cortex would start to regress if you loved running.
Think about it. Every day I wake up, I'll just run a mile, 2 miles. It's the one thing I hate the most to do, and I do it like I love it. 250, 60, 70, 300-mile runs at one time, no sleep. And every step, when I get to think about this, I get to the fucking start line, 300-mile cussing at Jennifer. One time, why no sleep in my ear? I hate this shit.
What is your biggest fear? Why are you paralyzed? What makes you nervous to just go out there and just be who you are and do what you have to do? What makes you
nobody anyway, motherfucker. So see how I'm talking myself right now? That's me. That shit fires me the fuck up. That shit makes me fucking nuts. You had nobody anyway, motherfucker. Look around you. There was no fucking team. It was you. There was no weight loss program. Mom and dad waking you up saying you can do it, you can be better, trying to build belief. Use your belief when you had nothing. Rock bottom. Get out there how great you really are. Because you are using such minimal of what you have. It became a way to lift you really are. So how I do every day is how I do every day. It's a discipline, it's a regimen, it was a choice I made. And the choice I made was, what are you willing to sacrifice, and what are you willing to give up to find every bit of who you are as a human being? And I was willing to give everything to do that. But when you put that practice in every day, you lace them up. And I don't mean run. It's just a metaphor for life. When you lace the motherfuckers up every day, pretty soon you win. Pretty soon you'll run. If you have the courage and the heart and the dedication and the mindset about everybody go fuck themselves, the hack is gonna fucking suck. And that's what I realized. That's what I realized. Life, that's why I want to come on here today. I didn't want to come on here and talk about no fucking passion and purpose and how to get the fuck out of bed, how to hit a fucking alarm clock, all this catchphrase bullshit. Because that wasn't how I lived. That wasn't how I lived. I woke up like every human being does and goes, fuck man, bullshit. I'm a fucking piece of shit today. How the hell is this gonna work out for me? And you fight that. And you fight that. You don't override it. Don't override it, bud. It's the conversation in your fucking, like, in your head. So how do you do that? We don't have enough of these conversations about the real conversation that every human being is having. And they have no idea how to get out of it. They do. We don't have enough of these conversations. It's that shit right there, man. Real conversation. You gotta build your will. Most people are missing something because they don't know who they are.
like you said, it gets real small when you're lazy and you're fat. Your will, their will is so small that they don't have any, and you can't give it to them. There has to be something. This is what I'm talking about now, because this isn't a hack. This has to be in you. Something in you has to wake up. And usually the only person that can wake it up is you. Sometimes you can read a David Goggins book because I was all this shit and then a lot more up. But if you don't have a little flame, just barely all this shit done, then a lot more I can't light it for you. And that's the harsh reality of this life that I want to get across so fucking bad. You can watch me, you can watch you, you can watch fucking Rogan and Cameron Haynes, all these motherfuckers. You can go to Tony Robinson's fucking bullshit, all this shit. Do all this shit. You can watch me, you can watch you can keep going back and keep spending money and spending money and spending money with no results. You can wonder, wow, maybe then they go try out David Goggins. He ain't gonna fucking help you. You have to explore, examine the insides of yourself. And what do you really want out of life? Your friend and a lot of people out here just don't want it. So guess what? The insides of yourself. Have fun with your life. You go from 3 to 350 to 400 to 450 to 500 because you don't want it. And that's the harsh reality. I can't give you shit. You can't give me shit. You can give you ideas. At the end of the day, when I was losing the weight, that's the harsh reality. I had to miserably wake up every morning in the cold. This is Indiana, November, it started. I was miserable. I had to miserably wake up. This is your new life. Every morning in the cold. Take it or leave it. There's no happiness about it. There's no peace behind it. It sucks. It just fucking sucks. And that's the one thing, if I could teach anybody anything, it just sucks. And it's going to continue to suck. And then one day you'll get to a special part in your life that it might get a little bit better. But to lose, wait, you have to lose, my friend? And then one day you'll get to a special part in your life. It's going to suck every day. Because then when you're 300 pounds, you're going to go out to lose weight, you probably get injured. So then you got to work on the injury. Then you get even more depressed. This is what I would do. And then you're hungry, now you're depressed. It's just a vicious cycle. And if you're not strong mentally, and you have no willpower, you're going to continue falling back in this hole versus the man that sits back and goes, all right, motherfucker, this is why I cuss. This is what is in me. This is what it took for me to be me. Sorry. It didn't take, hey, okay, we're going to do this today. No, this really sucks. This is real, dude. This is real. And every day, I'm set back. So this is what I would tell your boy. This is exactly what I tell him. Every day you wake up, you're going to probably be set back for the first 4 weeks before you lose to significant weight because the mind is going to be freaking the whole time. There's no dopamine. There's no dopamine in there at 300 pounds. You got nothing. Your hormones are shot. You have to envision something that is more powerful than you. Something has to get you out of bed. And you have to create it. It has to be false. Because you're not it. You're a bad piece of shit. And that's the reality. So you have to create it. It has to be false. A false reality. You're not it. To live in that. Just to get shit. To work on yourself. So you have to create. That's the reality. Because what I've done is in the unseen work to work. I built Frankenstein. That's the reality. So whenever shit gets nasty, David Goggins goes, unseen work. You had nobody anyway, motherfucker. So see how I'm talking myself right now? That's me. So whenever shit gets nasty, that shit fires me the fuck up. That shit makes me fucking nuts. You had nobody anyway, motherfucker. So look around you. There was no team. It was you. There was no weight loss program. Mom and dad waking you up and saying you can do it, you can be better. Trying to build belief. You built belief, but you had nothing. Rock bottom.
better than me. So I can't tell you anything about me because you're going to judge me and I'm going to feel even worse than what I am. What I realized, once I calmed my mind down and sat back and looked at how jacked up this world is, once you realize that you are not alone, everybody that's talking to you about how jacked up you are, the only thing they've done better than you is they've hidden their world better than you have. That's all they've done. So once I realized that, if you want to sit back and, like, for instance, there's all these things that are on TV, and we have all these news people judging people who fuck up in life. Yeah, they made big mistakes, but that person who is judging you on TV, I guarantee you, that news person, they say, I'm glad that my shit didn't come out, but I'm going to judge the hell out of you. I know that about people. So if you want to sit back and judge how jacked up I was and how messed up my life was, Merry Christmas, go for it. Have a good time. But I'm smiling at you right now, knowing you have a secret that you're not willing to share. It gives you a lot of power when you're able to go on a podcast this big and say, hey, tell me, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I no longer care. And that is a lot of power in that. To be able to put your life on a billboard for the whole world to see and say, judge it, man. Judge it. Like, just me talking about it makes me feel good. And that's another thing about it. When you're willing to talk about how jacked up you are, the strength, like that big rock that you carry, it just starts to come off. It just starts to come off. That's why I do it so often. Like, hey man, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'm tired of being afraid. I'm tired of not telling you shit. I'm tired of lying about how good I'm not. We tend to do the things that are easy. And that is it builds no mental toughness. It builds no mental hardening. It builds nothing. When you work out, working out is where you can build that the fastest. Because it's a constant, it gives you instant feedback. Yeah, you may not lose the weight you want to real fast, but the discipline it takes, it transfers over to all aspects of your life. It's not people, man, why are you always working out? Stop looking at it that way. This is the foundation of life. When you look in the mirror, every morning we all look in the mirror to get ready to go to work, to go anywhere. The first thing you see is your reflection. If you don't like what you see in the morning, you lost the war already. It's not even liking what you see. It's about looking in the mirror and you may start, man, I feel different. That reflection, maybe not, that reflection is not everything. It's a feeling you're supposed to get. So you have to, in life, once you leave your house, the war begins. In your house, you have some control. And that reflection in the mirror, you have to control that reflection in the mirror. That's how you start your day. Leave your house feeling like, okay, I can fight. I've established the mentality to fight. And all that comes from working out. It's not just from, you can't find that in the office. There's a lot of them out there. But most of them are that way for one big reason. They can't see themselves doing it. They can't see themselves doing it. There's one big reason. The other reason is a lot of it is jealousy. When you set these humongous fucking goals and they see that you're getting at it, let's say, for instance, we have a family. Let's say we're all a big family here. All three of us, all four of us are a big family. And every fucking morning I'm getting up training for a 200-mile run. And you see me get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And all you fuckers are sleeping. And by the time I get done running my 30, I come home just getting up.